I think we're back. Question mark? I think we're back. Refresh stream. There we go. I reset my modem, and of course BitCraft crashed as well. I was talking about stuff like right as the game crashed, or the stream crashed. The text message was I was like, I'm still having issues with my internet, and they were like, reset your thing, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'll reset the thing, see how that goes. But I think we're back. I think, pretty sure. Yeah, just need to refresh the web page. Okay. Pretty sure we're back up and running. Okay. And where was I? I just finished the wood. Okay. But yeah, so no, it to me, I just find it funny that a lot of times we're learning, like everyone's learning the same thing at the same time with the game, which makes content creating difficult, but it seems like that's something that is just going to improve over time, so that's going to be good. And then of course, like with launch, because we've gone through early access and we know what early access is like, we have all of this knowledge that we can like prep for launch, which is nice too. So big plans for the future. I'm excited. As long as we can get like more people kind of back into playing Minecraft. Having both now is very hard to keep my brain like separate. But to get more people back into playing BitCraft, the only difficult part with that is I think a lot of people don't really have anything that they're doing right now. You have to set your own goals, and especially right now, people have probably done most of the goals that they wanted to do. One sec, I'm cleaning the dust off of my mixer. I just realized how horrible it is. There we go. But yeah, having to keep goals for yourself, and like your settlements and stuff like that. It's difficult. It is definitely difficult. And so I can understand people being like, I'm just gonna wait. I'm done playing the game for now, and I will, like, when a big update happens, then I will like join again. The only problem with that is it in that lull, and I think every single MMO, like Final Fantasy, WoW, like you have what is considered like dead patches. And I don't mean patches in like updates. I mean like patches in like a swath of time, where there is no content. And you're in between expansions, like an expansion just finished, you're waiting for a new one to launch. And so every game has that like ebb and flow. And so keeping a core group of people going through when it's low tide is like important. And so, especially with being sick and being gone for as long as I have, I've noticed like a huge drop in retention for like watching streams, because there's not many streamers that are streaming BitCraft much. And so, yeah, it's very interesting to see. And I'm not sure like what we can do to help that besides like do more events or just be here for the community as a whole. Like Region 9 is doing amazing. Tony is doing amazing work being a BitCraft partner and running these events and getting people to buy the game and hang out and foster a community. And that's like one of the most important things with this type of game, especially when they're talking about going free to play, is having that established community. And at the current moment, it feels like a lot of people are just kind of like lost out at sea and like waiting for the tide to come back in. And so, yeah, well, it'll be interesting to like, it'll be interesting to see like what happens, from an outside perspective. If there is anything, like I know the game's going on sale more, so like look out for like every sale that is under the sun is happening with BitCraft. So like you can get the game for like pretty cheap. I say pretty cheap. I think it's still, I think the cheapest it went down was like $20 or something like that. I think it's 30 right now. And it went down to 20. But it might be going down even further, like for like winter sale event. Like Steam has sales events every like holiday. And so like stuff like that where you can like look out for that. And it brings in like a small flux of people, but they just don't stay. And there's only so much as a content creator that you can do for that. Like, and fostering community is one of them. Making sure that people have the information and the resources to be able to play the game. Like that's important. Interesting. My math on that was like very wrong. Huh. But yeah, so like there's only so much we can do. And it's good and bad. And I was actually highly considering trying to do like more just hanging out with other people versus like sitting in my own settlement. But then that abandons like my settlement, which is unfortunate. And especially in a game where you have to constantly like maintain it and keep it under wraps and fed and like maintained and all sorts of stuff. Like it's really hard to just be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go hang out in another region for months on end. So excuse me. But yeah, so like me being a content creator in region 3, it is a little detrimental because you don't see me with like a large group of people. You don't see me with like a bunch of things that's going on. I'm just making my own goals and it's showing like the reality of the game a lot of times, but it doesn't make for great content. And so if I'm like hanging out with Tony and doing dungeons, like that's fun. That's something, and that's usually what I see all the time when people are streaming is getting that community together and like fostering like, hey, look, you can play with other people. And that is a very important part of BitCraft as a whole. And that's what like fuels the game and its like drive and its ability to be what it is based on community. And you can do that completely solo, but it's the backbone of it is making sure more and more people are there to participate in like the economy and stuff like that. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. I know with like the current path that it's on, it doesn't look too good from the outside perspective, but as Telleril has said multiple times, the retention for the game is still pretty even. It's not like we've completely died out overnight. it's like a very, 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 very slow burn. And with slow burns, you can always add more fuel to the fire and revive it, which is nice. But I'm very hopeful. I'm extremely hopeful for BitCraft and seeing where it goes in the future. Hence why I still play it. It's just, it is rough. And I know it is rough for a lot of people right now. And especially with more and more people being bored, a lot more trouble manifests with people trolling other people, and just gotta hang in there and stick with the people that are good to you. And like, that's one of the biggest things is, if you don't like your community, change where you're at, change your community. Being around people, a lot of times changes how you think about things. And humans are highly influenced by their environment. I'm most definitely one of those people. And so because of that, if you're not having fun, find a way to have fun. Figure out a way to change. You are not a product of your environment. You are in control, which is something I have problems with because I am heavily influenced by my environment. Heavily influenced. So like if someone is upset around me, then I tend to be upset. Like very empathic in that way. And so if I hear a lot of negative feedback on things, then I tend to think negatively. And it is really hard when you see like the world crumbling around you and you're just like, but still like that sucks. So finding people that are willing to like also kind of stand with you while the world just rages on is good. But I think that's one of the things that we might have to look into in the future is if we are promoting healthier and fun environments, then banding together with other people might be the smart play. And yeah, I'm looking at possibly setting up like a schedule for myself with BitCraft and being like, hey, I'll do like a couple hours. I was gonna say probably like 4 hours a week of gathering resources to like keep the settlement going. And then spend the rest of the time actually like participating in other events and enjoying the community. Because right now I do feel lonely. And it's only on me to change that. So I'm gonna have to do that. But it's no one's fault. And I know people are enjoying the game in their own ways. Or not. So we'll see what happens moving forward. I would like to see some sort of big update that just brings everyone back. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think the longer it goes on, the more and more people are going to not come back, even if there is a big update, because they're going to just wait for launch. So, and that's perfectly fine. I was going to go grab another drink, but I have my Sprite here. Hrothgar with the 5-month streak. Good morning. How are you doing? You just missed my my BitCraft rant about environments and creating your own fun and all sorts of stuff. And I definitely think if it wasn't for Hrothgar, I probably wouldn't have been a BitCraft partner. I don't think I would play the game nearly as much. Hrothgar has been a huge contributor to making the game enjoyable for me. So I appreciate the fact that you're sticking with us. I just woke up, need coffee. I forget who I was watching. There was someone I was watching. They were talking about coffee and how they like absolutely required drinking coffee. And for me personally, I can't drink coffee anymore. I can't have like energy drinks at all due to my medication. I haven't actually been on medication since I've been sick. And I need to start doing that again. But yeah, not being able to drink coffee, and everyone's like, "Oh, how are you surviving?" I'm like, I didn't really drink coffee that much to begin with. Hello. It is Poopcat. I'm working on doing part of the tier 4 upgrade for mining. Is there a mod we can get to set up portals for different parts of the map? Oh, but I have to take care of my nose soon. I'm not adding portals. That makes things far too easy. We are not playing with portals. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna blow my nose. Okay. Oh. I still can't breathe. Give me 1 sec. Brr. I feel like a never-ending snot factory right now. I know it's not pleasant. I'm sorry. My sinuses decided they were rebelling super hard. Super hard. They decided that they were like, no, we're not handling this. We're not doing it. We're on to leather, which oh, I only have the one, so we just need the, oh, that's wood. No, again, I got these like stalls all mixed up. So tier 2 simple treatment, we need 2 split stack, 2, and then I think we only need 1 of this. Yeah. And this is, so I just need tier 2, which is 4 split stack, 4 of that, 8 fish oil. Fish oil. I have not looked in the deposit box. I can in just a sec though. 4. And then 4 buckets. 4 buckets. Okay, so this is the leather treatment, and then I need, I need the rough leather. Okay, so this is 20 split stack. I need 20, and then 10 tier 2, which I need to unpack all of this. Store all, and I just need 10. And then I need 5. Yeah, that should be everything. Deposit box. Oh. Well then. I can finish the fences. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I will definitely do that as soon as we are done with this. Because I still need to complete the outside. I have like a fence here. I have all of that fence back there. This fence is done, thankfully. Again, this tiling, it's so distracting. Like, I can't unsee it. Is that the same for you, Hrothgar? Like, is it bothering you? Because it horribly bothers me, and I'm starting to wonder if I should change it back to, like, parking lot. It's the same way. I could see it with the other tiles too, less so with the gray. Yeah, the gray tiles, like, are the only tile. Yeah, you can see. But because it's gray, like gray on gray, it doesn't look as terrible. Let me know what you want me to do with it. I can leave it, but it makes my skin crawl seeing it, and I'm sure it bothers other people, but probably bothers people more me talking about it so much. Sorry. I'm a very vocal person. I swear they didn't do it originally. I didn't think so either. I also didn't think that that was the case originally, because like why would anyone purposely do that? Boop boop. What am I getting boop booped about? I bet it's my finch. Oh no. Oh, it's my therapy reminder. Okay, now I think the last one is the cloth one. Grrr. There we go. Okay. At some point, I still want to try and get the cat. Because the only one I have right now is the pumpkin one. And I'm indifferent about it. Very indifferent about it. Okay. I think that's it. At least making the cloth stuff isn't that bad. It already sucks to make the cloth itself, so yeah, it's nice that this stuff isn't too difficult to do. But yeah. Maybe we'll do like some fishing or something after this. We'll see, because I want to do something so I can work on the adventure stuff. Because I really do want to test run it. Like give it a couple days of test running to see how it works, how I want to implement it. How complicated it is to run something, how quick it can be to run something. I just want to go through everything ahead of schedule. There's no actual schedule. It's just, yeah. I thought we were going to be doing a lot more like long crafts today, like things that take like a half hour, but no, we've just been kind of doing these like short crafts. Oh, shoot. I don't know that there's going to be a Scream stream this month. I didn't do a Halloween one either. Shoot. I need to figure out a date to actually do that. I might see about streaming for my birthday. It depends on like what's going on. Might be scheduling something as like a friend get together, but we're not sure. It is on a Friday. And then the next week following that. So December 5th and then December 12th is the BitCast. I think it's 12th, right? Pretty sure it's the 12th. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll do like part of the Scream stream for that. We'll see. I don't even know if I'm going to be streaming, like I said, because it's a Friday. I don't normally stream on Fridays, unless it's an event of some kind, but we will see. I feel bad for not streaming like much at all this month because being sick and not much I can do about that. But I had to reschedule my hair appointment. It was supposed to be last Friday and I could not. And so my hair is like, it's not too bad. Like it doesn't look bad on camera, but it's very like, you'll see me like scratching at like knots because like I have a bunch of like, it like mats together. So you have to like pull apart the things. And so like I'm constantly like feeling it like connected to each other, which makes my head itch. All right, we're making our first outpost journal, and I have to make another one of these unless they sell them, because I think I only need like, how many do I need? 13. So we need 3 more of these. Oh. It's exactly what we need. For 30,000? I don't know. I feel like I wasted 100K on those tiles because the tiles look garbage now. I wanted to cover like pretty much everything in the black tiles, but now I don't even want to touch it. So we'll see. Like I had the design. I swear I went through the day that I made this originally, the original design. Unless it's just because I was standing here when I was making it, which might be the case. Like I didn't think this was nearly as bad. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Do we want to go buy the thing for 30 or make another thing? I don't think I have enough stuff in the thing anymore, though. So I'd have to go harvest some things. Let's see. Oh, wow. My glasses are apparently really dirty. Wow. Toilet paper. I hate using tissues for stuff because I never use like the full tissue. I only use like 2 sheets of like toilet paper for like anything. And so for me, it feels like a waste to have like a tissue. If it had like small size tissues, that would be one thing. But also the fact that tissues tend to fall apart really easily versus like if you have toilet paper, it's meant to actually like be durable because it, well, it puts up with a lot of shit, okay? No other way to say that. But trying to do things, I only use 2 tiny pieces of toilet paper. So I'd rather do that and than use like a whole thing of tissues. Okay. Oh, excuse me. So we need to put in what we had previously. So 5. There's some things that I'm missing. I know there's some things that I'm missing. But we will go check at the stuff first. Crushed shells, we need 2 tier 2. Gypsite, we need 2 tier 2. We don't have tier 3. We need 2 tier 2 straw. Split. 2 tier 2 straw. The pebbles. We get somewhere else. Ingots. Splits. There's the refined ingot, but we need how many? I think we need 3. Let's take 30 for now. And then the cloth, which... Do we has? Excuse me, Yanni face. Oh, I think that's food. Where did I put? Oh, here's tailoring. Did we? I was just in here, wasn't I? Oh yeah, I was. We need 20 tier 1s, which we don't have, and then 5 tier 3s, which we don't have. Okay. So I need 11 more tier 1. 11 more and 3 more. I don't know if I have it. No. Do 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 do. Banana. What is Alicia? Huh. I could probably do that. No. I want this. Craftable. There we go. Oh. Snap, crackle, and pop. Are you working on mining? Working on the mining camp upgrade? Yes. I have to make like 2 more tier 3s to do both mining and fishing, but I'll at least have probably the one right now. Oh hey, 52 day link. We had like 90% of the stuff already sitting in the stalls. So I think once, if they fix stalls, that's going to be absolutely phenomenal. Fingers crossed. We'll still use them as our current means of like housing the stuff. I thought about turning my alt's house into permission system for, because I don't think you can access the stalls. But I was thinking about turning that character's house into Yanni face apparently. A joint storage area so that we could have everyone like put stuff in it and like you could take stuff out to do like the tier up stuff and all that kind of stuff. A warehouse, yes, warehouse. How much more work is the full tier 4 upgrade? We were talking about the full tier 4 for the marketplace last time. Then oh right. I forgot about that. I completely forgot about that. So I'm doing this as like a roundabout way apparently. Okay. Let me think about this. So for it to be a full township, it needs to be all of these things. Which one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 times 13 is 156. Divided by 10 is 15.6, so 16 tier 3 pages. So because I made the pages for this. This is what I'm currently working on right now. When I should have just been doing this. Damn it. Because I forgot we talked about getting it for the market. Oh no. Okay, so tier 4 township is 12. But to unlock tier 4 is 3. So it's 15. And I said it was 16 for the whole board. So it's only 1 extra. So it's the same. It's the same price then. Okay, I haven't fucked up. We would be doing it this route and unlocking each one of these. And then it would unlock the township. Because, or no. This is 16. And I still have to do this. So. Oh, what? What? I think it was just better to do the township anyhow, right? Because this requires 16, but then I wasted those. Like, I completely wasted those unless we put it at somewhere else. My brain is not equipped to deal with this math. Unlocks the ability to research tier 4 is 3. I don't know how this works, apparently. So you have to do the 3 codexes to unlock this, I guess. Because this is 15.6, so it's 16. And this would be 17, 18, 19. Okay. So we really just need the 12. Okay. Oh. And I just wasted those. So this is for the dirty unlock. Got it. And then this is for the full. So they made them cheaper. I don't know that they did, though, because this is 17 and 3, so that's 20. This is 12 and 3, which is 15. Which I think is how many was needed. So I think you need both. Possibly. Like, you unlock this, it gives you tier 4, and then you do this to unlock everything. So we technically need 15. Right? Or it's 16, we do them one at a time. Oh, this makes my head hurt. Because I have these now. Which is useless then. It's a Goombar and a Pat. Okay. So this was 1, 2, 3. What am I trying to do? What the requirement is for a full tier 4 unlock, and to see, because I already wasted to get 10 pages of the outpost research. Because I forgot that we were doing full tier 4. And I'm just trying to do which is better is just doing the full unlock, which I think is 15 tier 3 codexes versus 19 total tier 3 codexes, because it takes 16 to unlock the entire row of stuff, where I could just put together the stuff and have the codexes for the thing. Like, because I have to make the codexes anyhow, and then the codex is what crafts the thing. Actually, let me look and see what they have for codex wise. 15 tier 3. Yeah. So 15 versus 19. If I did it that route, which is the research. So now essentially I've wasted these researches because they don't craft into the codex, which they should. Technically, they should be able to craft back. So, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 12 times 5 is 60. Plus cargo. Let's put you back. So that's 60. Let's put you in miscellaneous for right now. So 60. So it's tier 4 or tier 7, which is 60. I was told that I could put this. I guess I can put this in the house. I can put. I guess. It doesn't say if I can or cannot put it indoors or not. Because I think these used to say outdoors. This project needs to be something fully claimed. Something. What did it say? Under a claim in order to be built. Okay. Needs to be under a claim. Okay, so you can't do that. Even though I'm in my house and it can be accessed. Oh, I guess there's the stockpiles. I don't know, Pat, were you able to do these? And I don't know what it requires. This is like only 36. Jeez. You're 66. Okay. What is the tier 6 storage? Is it like 50 something? $54. That might actually not be a bad idea. What does it take to make those? What's going on? Oh no. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard that that was a thing that was happening with people. Which fucking sucks. Yeah, it's been happening more and more to more and more people, and it's not a good look. Not a good look. Every time I climbed the other day, I had to relog. Yeah. Done. Defense is done. Yay. Right, I have to go to the other side. I liked this. And I thought that would be cool to have it as like a walkway and have it like lined with this as like a wall, but you can only do it in a very specific way. Which is funny. Oh, keep forgetting I have to hit space or shift rather. So it's tier 6 planks, 1 rope, and 2 nails. All tier 6. Oh. It's not like the worst. I guess I need to go do tier 6 trees. I think that is what I'm gonna have to do. Storage. The tier 6 storage that has the 54 slots so that we can build a warehouse. Because, I mean, technically we could use the not so big and just have something for everything, but then that's a lot of wardrobes. I mean, we could do it that way. But when we hit higher tiers, we're going to want the higher storage. So we might as well just do it to begin with. I'd like to get the tier 7 because that's 60, but like 54 is not, it's not terrible. Not terrible at all. Walls? I need... Shit. Why can't I move? Oh, I can't physically move. That's funny. Good job. Faye, hello. How are you? Missing materials. Welp. Oh, hey. How's work? I am currently trying to finish some of the renovation stuff that we had been working on prior to getting sick. Oh, just started for the day. Do the computer meme. Low-key concerned to run out of... Oh, shouldn't say that too loud. You need more. Is that a good thing or bad thing? I kind of want to leave this open so that we can, like, dock to get stuff, but at the same time, I kind of want to put the fence. Oh, that's good. Not being idle is definitely a good thing. I like tedious work. But there's only so much of it sometimes, like, my brain can handle. So I never had a job that was just sitting at a desk. I always had jobs that required me to be, like, up and moving around. So that's been... I don't know how I would deal with a desk job. I guess technically this is a desk job. This is me streaming, but it doesn't... I don't know if that really counts. I don't really know if that counts. An animator, so it's fun. Oh, that's good. Well, at least it is fun. And then, yeah, if that's the case, then getting more work is nice, because then you're doing something you enjoy. Okay. Like, when I look at the storage on this, it's not, like, terrible. Okie dokie. The storage is not terrible. But if I did... This is tier 3. But this is only what, 36? I think doing the 50 is better. And the cottage one, what tier is the cottage one? Oh, never mind. I think I have to buy the plans, right? Oh, the cottage is 80? Jeez. I guess there wasn't one for 50? Player housing deed. I just made one of those. I could have upgraded my house. No, I'm kidding. I wouldn't do that. I would be using my own supplies. It's chilly. Yawny face. It's a decent amount, actually. We have stocked. We'll just leave that. Can we... Oh, Mog still needs to transfer. I hate evicting people, but I don't want to have these houses anymore. And the only way that we can transfer the houses. I wish I could, as the settlement owner, like the claim owner, I wish I could transfer people into like the other houses, because evicting them is just really shitty. It's fine. But yeah, I would transform this house into the storage for do this as a warehouse. I have building permissions, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I want to make my house into an archive. Ooh. An archive? How, what style? What's your envision for an archive? I think like archive, I think like bookshelves and stuff like that, but I don't think that's like in the game yet. I really wish they would put in, just looks like a warehouse. Yeah, same. Fluscles? I think that's what it is. Fluscles. Thank you very much for that follow and welcome in. Need more item storage. Oh, you in general or the game in general? Because we do have a lot of item storage. But I think what would be good would have like in Minecraft you have the book. Oh, you got it. That you can write in. Having something like that you could use in game would be amazing for like a to-do list, and then you could pass it to people, or having it as like a library where people could do kind of like the Skyrim thing where you have stories and books inside the game that you could read. So like imagine having someone traveling around selling their like books. Like that would be super cool. I'm so glad you can get Lost Wreckage for sailing experience now. I haven't played much since like 2 weeks into launch. Yeah, no, the sailing experience has been really nice. Sailing had that kind of passive thing where if you were sailing, you would get like a tiny bit of experience, but it's very obvious that people were being mischievous with that and like kind of botting that. So having the Lost Wreckage, I think, is really good. I can't wait till there's more things in the game that are like that for like more professions, though, or rather, skills. Because it's easy to level Slayer at this point with the dungeons. I don't think there's anything for taming. Nothing for merchanting. Cooking, sort of, because like you can just cook food. You don't have to just do the tasks, and then like of course the flotsam, which is nice. Lost Wreckage. Plus you get coin from it, and it's actually an okay way to get money. It's like obviously not nearly as good as playing like the market and like doing tools and selling certain things, but it's an okay amount. I wonder if we could time it at some point to see how much money you make in dungeons versus getting the like wreckage. Like which one is actually more beneficial? Because I know dungeons, I thought tier 3 dungeons recently got the gold upgrade. Like the dungeon drops more gold now. And I did get a okay amount playing with Tony doing the dungeons. I think I spent a lot of it getting Traveler's Fruit though. So, but yeah, definitely doing like the small gather stuff that isn't just the tasks is really nice. Like really nice. What is I had a notification that popped up and now disappeared. Oh, there we go. Okay. No. Yeah, no. Okay. What was I doing? I was looking at storage, looking at doing the warehouse. Codexes, RPG. I think. Did they say mounts? Did they say mounts and carts can now go in deeper water? my gosh. Yes. Oh, that's so nice. That is so nice. Okay. Yes. So this is 75 and this is 40. Mad Dog, hello. How are you? Collectible. Wee. Yeah, you can't unfortunately do the wagon. It's just the cart and mounts. But there's tier 6 trees over here that I want to go harvest. And now I can. I thought they were tier 6. Oh, I guess they're not tier 6. What? They're just giant oaks. Oh, sad face. I thought they were tier 6. I guess not. Okay, so collectible. But I think there's another side of the river. Hopefully. I think there's another side of the river that has like a shallow-ish type area that maybe we can take our cart across. Because I think that's a tier 6, I think. Alpha Jackal, hello. You're kind of stuck where you are. Nice. So right here is what I'm looking at. Actually, things are kind of useful. Cart. Is it? This might be too deep, but we'll see. Yep. Still too deep. Okay. Was there another way across? I don't think so. I think I have to go all the way. There's like this like land bridge over here. I think this land bridge is what I'm looking at. Collectibles. I have all these like random stuff. Yeah. It's like almost not worth it. Oh, I keep forgetting I can get the clipper cargo. I can get the clipper cargo now too. Okay, so if we do that, let's actually and then can we, yeah, we can leave you there. So leave you there. Oh, I didn't look at that. How's our Bob still needs 28. Bob is still at 28. So they added dungeons now. Yes. They added tier 1 dungeons, tier 3 dungeons, and tier 7 dungeons. The tier 3 seems to be what people tend to do the most. As the tier 7 ones require a decent amount of people to do them. I think it's like I think ideal number is like 8 to 12. But people have been getting a lot more people than that to do it because it is a more challenging it's tier 7 after all. It's a more challenging scenario. And then shoot. Excuse me. Okay, let me get that set up. So the tier 1 is like short and sweet. It's pretty easy. You can solo it if you have like decent plate. And by decent plate, I mean like at least uncommon like tier 3. Other than that, just having like a small group of people. Tier 3, usually you can kind of duo it if you have good gear, which is usually like tier 5 and above. We were doing it with 3-man party and was clearing it pretty okay. As long as you have someone who is a tank and then you have a damage dealer. The tank is the spear and shield. It can do a taunt ability, and then you have them wear plate, and there's a new dungeon armor set called Duelist Gear, and the Duelist Gear is your DPS set. You're very like glass cannon-y, unfortunately, so I tend to still wear my plate. But I'm hoping once I get the higher levels of the Duelist Gear, then I can kind of like survive a little bit better. And then of course you got like, you can take pots with you. And then you could pop pots if you want like more survivability. But yeah, they're pretty fun. I enjoy doing them. The tier 1 is on a 3-minute cooldown. I think the tier 3 and tier 7 are on an hour cooldown. Which now that there's more dungeons is a little bit more reasonable because people end up making like dungeon trains and then going from like each dungeon and then traveling. And then you can kind of like circle back and then do the first ones if you really wanted to. But I think most people have been doing them like full. I think there's like 4? No. Is it 4? It might be 3 of the tier 3 and tier 7 dungeons. So each region has like, what, 6 or 8? I'm trying to crack this knuckle and it doesn't want to crack. I can feel the pressure and it doesn't want to crack. Mog's like, yes, defiance. This would be a good time to do some D&D tables. I'm going to do that, boot that up really quick. Okay, what is the first thing of an adventure? Setting? Wogue? Tazwogue? I need some visual characters idea. I have my character's backstory. I just need to figure out how they look now. Oh, that's like the fun part. I love that. I love doing character art. I'm just having creative blog right now. Yeah, I was dealing with that from being sick. Oh, I can't do that. How? My wrist is still completely messed up. My left one is now hurting more than my right one is, which is unfortunate. And I think it's because I was overcompensating with using my left one. But now it hurts because I shook my hand and it's the movement. Like I can pick stuff up. Like it was no problem like picking up something that's kind of weight as long as I don't move my wrist around. As soon as I move like my wrist like around with something, it hurts way more, which is unfortunate. Tiny pop. Okay. Oh, wow. This is cool. I asked ChatGPT to give me a list of 100 locations in a D&D style. And it did. And some of these are really cool, like the Candle Glass Desert, sand that glows like candlelight, Pinsong Cavern, crystals chime in harmony with footsteps. The Duskmire Delta, time feels slower, shadows stretch unnaturally. The Emberforge Maw, lava pit shaped like a massive open jaw. The Verdigris Palace, copper green palace long since forgotten by nature. Whalebone Wharf, docks built on top of ancient whale skeletons. Like, these are freaking sweet. Freaking sweet. We were doing like homebrew mecha D&D system. My character is a race called Humor. Oh, that's cute. Which is just like a mixing what? A mixing bowl of race. Oh. I was like, my brain for some reason was like, how does that work? But like, it kind of when you say like something is a mutt, which is usually means that it's like a mix of other breeds. That's cool. A mecha. Mecha D&D system. I instantly think of like sort of like slightly cyberpunky, futuristic kind of like dressing style, but more like someone who's like a biker, not like Harley biker, but like sports racing biker. Or not sports racing. Like like a crotch rocket. I don't know how else to say it. Like, what else do you call crotch rockets? I hate the terminology. Like, it's such a weird terminology for it. But sport bikes? I don't like what. Someone's gonna say it, and I'd be like, that's it. But yeah, I kind of picture like helmet, but like futuristic and not quite like astronauty, but kind of a little bit like grit. You could either go one of two ways. You could go like the hyper gritty or the hyper like clean style. But that's really cool. Yeah. Welcome back, Hrothgar. All right, so we got setting locations. What else? Setting location. what are the things you usually do? Setting creatures. I guess an encounter table is fine too. Trying to think what else there is. I usually come up with everything on the fly. Unless it's like a really deep campaign in which I've spent way too long. So we have an encounter table. We have sitting locations. What else is there? Bag of infinite buttons. Worthless but endless. I love that. Okay, so we have setting locations, encounter table. I can just put encounters. Items. Hobart Jingle Boots. Merchant who sells cursed items accidentally. That's amazing. I'm gonna have so much freaking fun with this. So much. Fairy rogue who only steals and collects people's buttons. Yes. It's kind of like collecting all the spoons in Skyrim. And then when you're sleeping, they like replace all of the buttons on your everything like mismatched. And they only steal like the prettiest ones. And they leave you with like the dingy buttons. Mismatched dingy buttons. Okay, so we have locations. Locations, encounters, items, NPCs. What else is there? Because we want this to be completely random, minus like the role play of it. Because they stole the king's buttons. Mm-hmm. The best buttons. Cody's like, why are you hiding from the kingdom? And then you have this conspiracy about what you did, and the actual reason is because you stole all the buttons of his clip. The worst ones is that you stole the, like, because when I think medieval fashion, I don't think like buttons on pants. I only think of them on like coats. But like the king has buttons on his pants. And you stole all the pants buttons. They're like the prime real estate of buttons. Like they're like the hot commodity. The pants buttons. Coat buttons, yeah, those are dime a dozen. But pants buttons. Now those. The button black market. We have to make a campaign now that literally is just all buttons. The currency is all buttons. How about what character? Dude. We were actually talking about that. Well, not that specifically, but we were talking about, was it Redwall? Hrothgar and I, we were kind of talking about mouse guard and like anamorphic games, and it just, I wanted to read it so bad now, but it like the books are so expensive. The books are so freaking expensive. It was like $10 a pop for the Kindle versions, but it was like $6 for paperback. That made no sense to me. Like the paperback versions were way cheaper than the Kindle versions. Like that's not how that should work. That is not how that should work. But yeah. It just, I thought about that when you were talking about, and I'm like stealing buttons, and I'm like, I could see a mouse using a button as a shield. Like a button as a shield and a needle. Yep, a sewing needle. It most definitely probably is a thing. We've been doing everything in D100 so far. What do I want to do? Like D50? Like that seems weird to roll, but I don't want to do like D20 because there's like more spells. That was a monk with a letter opener as a weapon. Nice. There are some letter out openers. I think I might end up doing D40. So 2 D20. Technically, max roll, D40. Yeah. Jeez, this is like endless. The possibilities is endless. Just want to tell you. I am looking forward to doing this. And then we can always add more tables, like, as we find things, because of how easy this is to generate. So, like, I have random spells, D100 random spells, D40 offensive, D40 healing. I think doing a D20 weapon is probably fine. Like, I'm thinking of like 20 different weapons. Are they like, should we do an option of ranged? Let's do D20. Random. weapons, D20. And then we'll do D10 ranged weapons. No, we'll stick with the D20 range weapons. Okay, that way it's easy. Page. And then everything is consistent. Ranged weapons. D20. D20 melee weapons. Sorry, Hrothgar, there's only one hammer on that list. Hope you're lucky. Alright, ranged weapon, random weapons, ranged weapons, melee. We have spells, we have random spells, offensive spells, healing spells, NPCs, items, encounters, locations. What else is there? Is that it? We have weapons, we have spells. NPCs, items, encounters, locations. TPK would I? Be like, well, if this was rolled, you all just die. It was actually kind of funny because earlier today when I was telling Cal about the fact that I was working on this, he gave me encounters and scenarios that were like full encounters. And it was funny because one of them was, or all of them literally just had the characters dying at the very end of them. And I was like, that's pretty funny, actually. Death for all. Okay. I guess I don't really need my ox unless this like is too full, but even then I don't need it. I just need this because then I can come over here. Sail away. Click to vault. Deploy. Again. The fact that we have to touch everything. Touch. I guess it like on it realistic sense makes sense, but like I liked when I could click on it from afar. It's all lopsided. Okay. What else makes a D&D campaign a D&D campaign? Nah. View storage. Jeez, someone's shrill. Shrill children are shrill. Oh. Oh, some of these absurd. I love it. These are gonna be some really, really weird scenarios if they go together correctly. Okay. Oh, no, not what I want. No, not what I want either. You can't prompt until the prompt is done, apparently. Ooh. Let's try that. So, this just got really fucking juicy. It's going to take probably a while to populate, but that's fine. We're gonna let it do its thing. But that just got really juicy. Yes. Okay. So we needed timber. We're on... Oh, it's actually gone a little faster than I expected. 88 of 100. And done. Oh, this is glorious. Why can't I copy this? Excuse you? I hope I can copy that. Don't be messing with me, please. Why? There we go. Yes. Yes. Oh, this is gonna be glorious. Okay. Why did that not? Huh? Oh. Damn it. There we go. Now it's good. Okay. Now, what was the prompt for that? Shit. It's an Ember sprite. Oh. Aww. What? There we go. Okay. Okay. So. How do we want to do this? I think what we'll want to do, settings, graphics, windowed, apply. Now what happens if I do that? Ah! Windowed, apply, confirm. And then Okay, I was not expecting that. Someone cover me in KY jelly and Cheerios and tell me I had a good night. Yeah, you had a good night? Yes, that's how that works. Oh, I was not expecting that. That is hilarious. Oh, well done. Well done. Is that... No. That's 80. There's 80. Okay. And then we go over here. And it's automatically set up. Okay. Who wants to be our first victim? Who wants to be our first victim? Sure. Faye is going to be our first victim. And seeing that you're a subscriber, we will keep your character. So, it has been a while since I have DM'd. So I do apologize. I might be a tiny, tiny bit rusty. But why did that... Oh, right. Because there was... How do I access the second column? It should have 2 columns. Why can't I access the second column? Format. See? Column. 2 columns. Why can't I get to the second column? This makes no sense. Because you have to put space below until it overflows. Space below until it overflows. I see, I see, I see. Thank you very much. Perfect. Okay. So, Mushroom Fae. We have started your journey. And to start your journey, you must first roll a D100. Congrats on your overflow space. Yes. We will see where your location is. We will see where you have started. And to do it, I should put it also on, so it's you have it, but in case we get new people coming in, so that they know, I should put that on the screen. So 73. So we have location. With the 73, your location is the Gilded Tangle. Golden vines entangle trespassers gently, but firmly. So, again, random generated. So, I'm going to assume at this point you are in a foresty area. Shall we see what your task is while you're at this foresty area? Would you mind rolling? Do we want to do a full encounter? Actually, for the first one, let's do a full encounter. So give me a D100. While you're in the, we're gonna add some notes to this. So it's like forest. With a 17. Is there a way to do... No. That didn't work. Is it? Yeah. Perfect. I'm gonna learn. I'm going to learn. So. Encounter. I'll get quicker at this the more I do it. With a 17. So you're in the Gilded Tangle. And your encounter is a friendly giant fishing in a tiny river with comedically small equipment. So here at the golden vines entangling trespasser gently but firmly, we find a giant who is currently fishing. What do you do? We would like to try and keep to like 5 to 10 words, like something that's like simple, but like also like plot progressing, but without like doing like a full paragraph. Be like, I approach, I don't approach, I attack. Like, I think I might actually put down like a list of like prompts for players to be like search or like keywords, I think at some point. You'll approach and ask what he is fishing. As you approach, give me a... Ooh. How do I want to work a fate die? Should we do D20? Or percentile? Because that would be D100. Because the fate die would be like kind of like 1 being good, or like, would it be the higher number is good or the lower number is good? See, these are things that we're gonna work out. Should it be percentile or like a D20? Because I don't want it to be like too overly complicated. Where like if you do a D, normal D&D, higher is better. Okay, so we'll do higher. Higher is better. But what do we want to do? D20 or D100 for fate die? Let's do D20. Fate die is D20. So roll your fate. I should also put that in my notes that fate die is 1d20 Low is bad. High is good. With a 7. Okay, so we're gonna say he's not too friendly with his tranquility being disturbed. You kind of feel like the vines are kind of creeping in on you closer, like maybe the vines are friends with him because he's not a trespasser here. So as you approach, so we have the unfriendly encounter. I would say 5 and below is outright hostile because that's a very low, but like I would say 1. I should actually write this down. This is why we got these things. 1 to 5 is hostile. 6 to 10. Actually, no, because it's 20. So if we did, yeah, no, we can do that. So 6 to 10 is unfriendly. 11 to 15 is friendly. Or is neutral rather. And then 16 to 20 is friendly. Slash very bad slash mostly bad, the neutral, and then very good. You don't have like a mostly good, we just have like neutral and very good, because neutral is technically a good scenario. So as you approach, he kind of pulls his fishing rod back. My fish. Do you continue forward? Or do you let him be? What? How would you like to, knowing that he is now not as friendly with you as you might have expected? And he just says, my fish. It leaves. Okay. Okay. As you start to leave, you notice these vines have decided that as you were, you know, not technically friendly here, that they want you to stay. And they're going to wrap around your legs and keep you there as the giant kind of looks back at you, looks at the vines, gives the kind of scenario, goes back to fishing. However, we now has, this is where I would say roll initiative, but I don't know how we should roll initiative. Actually, yes, we can roll initiative. Let's roll initiative. So what do we want to call it? We don't necessarily want to call it initiative. I guess start combat? See, these are things that we hash out as we do it. And then as we get through, we can actually have like a template, and then we can actually go through this a little bit better. I guess we could do it as a combat fate die. Because then you could see if you get, like, surprise, if you have, like, a really good... Like, if you have a very good versus, like, very bad, like, you might be startled. So, yeah. We're gonna do it as a combat fate die. So, roll that fate die. D20. With the 16. Ooh, okay. So we got a good outcome here. We has a very good outcome, in fact, actually. And with that being the case, it doesn't catch you by surprise. Where is this? New tab. So it doesn't catch you by surprise, but you're now trapped in place, and this giant doesn't seem to like pay you any attention. So whatever is about to happen to you, you can feel like the hairs on the back of your neck is like lifting up, and you can tell that something's not going right. And you hear the vines kind of making that rustling noise where it's like the kind of scraping sound. And you turn, and as you turn, give me a 1d 100. With a 92. Gee. With a 92. We has, as you turn. Oh, this turned out perfect. This turned out perfect. Sometimes, you know, things work out spot on. We has the jungle spider, which has been curled up in weight in these vines. And as you see it, it kind of like grows out of the vines. And you're not sure whether the vines and the spider are actually like connected. It just seems to be the same color. And it has that same like awkward kind of almost undulating. Undulating? That's the word. Like this movement to it. And so it comes out of nowhere and it starts. But you have a very good. So you see it before it has like the that leap about to happen, but you notice. So it is on you to decide how you're going to fight this thing. You have options. You have healing spells. Oh, sorry. I'm going to have to like actually template this. You have random spells, offensive spells. If you want to give yourself a heal really quick, which we can add as like a buff, as like temporary hit points. You can do a random weapon, a ranged weapon, melee weapon. Use the lightsaber red. That'd be perfect. Offensive spells. So you get to choose. Random spell, offensive spell, healing spell, random weapon, ranged weapon, melee weapon. It has like weird... Now, keep in mind, random spell is literally going to be like wild magic. It could be anything. So, with a random spell, let's see what we get. Open a new tab. As your head explodes. It's true. How do I want to format this? It doesn't give me like the box. Ah, there we go. Okay. We has random spell. Give me a wild magic sorcery fairy. We get to see how what your character is with like the random stuff that comes out. So for right now, giants dislike you. Okay, so give me a D100. It's because you're small. There you go. With a 58. Okay, let's hope it's something that you can use with the spider. We got, with a 58, Starwell Pulse. How do you want to format that? I don't know. Arcane energy bursts upward like starlight. And we're really working into this whole Fae thing. I'm just letting you know. The arcane energy birthing upward like starlight. But I'm just saying. Give me Your name is exactly. Because it was a random and it was give me a fate time. I want to be melee DPS, but my latency might be an issue. It's true. With a 15. Okay, okay. We will say with a 15, which is neutral, we will be doing 1d8 damage. Oh, I should put that. With a 2. Okay. Again, I want to figure out how to format it, but for right now, we can rock this. With a 2. Okay, so it's like way more show, and you think it's going to be awesome, but because these things have like the vines wrapped around your ankles, you don't feel as, you know, you could have had that epic pose that you kind of expect by doing this. And it kind of just trips you up a tiny bit, dealing 2 points of damage. The spider at this point kind of looks at you like, and he's still like, on that note, it is the spider's turn. And with the spider, it is going to I have to read this. Okay. One is HP, one is AC. I have to remember which one is which. Okay. I don't want to like put it on screen, but I want to be able to like remember it. So I have to like highlight it. Because if you did melee or if you did something that wasn't arcane, because I'm going to assume like arcane's magic missiles, and magic missiles automatically hits. So you're not really dealing with armor class at that point. So yeah. Spooter's turn. So the spider at this point, realizing that you hurt, you are a threat, it decides to move forward, and it raises its fangs. Roll me a fate die. I want to figure out how. Ooh, with a 19. 19 fate die. How do I want to... I don't think that's really gonna work. So let's do... We'll work out the formatting later. I'll like figure out a way to actually like format it properly. Okay, so with a 19, it's not quite like holy shit god mode here, but the spider, as it would have clamped down on you and gobbled you up, has now just kind of brushed and glanced its fang against you. And then you will take... rolled with a 4 points of damage. Sorry. I mean, his bite is actually a lot worse. Sorry. I guess at this point also, let's see. How do we want to do this? Because this is your first encounter. We're going to assume we'll have to figure out an XP system so that we can get people leveled up. Also, thank you for testing this out with me. Hopefully it's entertaining for people. I know we're kind of like stumbling through it, but again, this is our first run through. So and like it'll be much quicker like later on. So he's entertained. Nice. Let's say for every level is 10 HP. No, that's like unfair because like these are like level. Let's say 20 HP. Every let's say that. Let's do that. Every level is 20 HP. So you started at 20 HP. Yeah, so you're at 16 HP right now. Okay. So, Great Fate die, damage 1d4, did 4 points of damage. He's grazed you with his fang. How do you retaliate? It is now your turn. Random spell again. Okay. Give me that, D100. Did you say is yes. With a 7. Okay. What we got? We has. Why is this? I guess it's not. I really wish it was separate. But I guess if I do, can I leave it there now? Is it gonna stay? I don't know. Eternal Spark. You very showy. Ignite a flame that cannot be put out without magic. Give me that fate die. With a 13. Which we has then as a 13 1d8 damage. With a 6. Ooh. Ooh. This, you've now lit up with fire, of arcane fire at this point. You were like, shook it off. You're like, well, if I can't be flashy with my movements, I'm going to be flashy in other ways. And you just unleash this torrent of arcane, fiery white energy. And it lands and it hits him and just like does that whole like spider, like it wants to put its like legs up and under it, and it flinches really hard. And you can see that at this point, some of the vines also around it have gotten hit and they start like retreating. And you can see that this spider, it's not looking too great. It's not looking great at all. So, and it also seems to still be singed. So with that, you're doing a burn dot as well of 1d4. Give me that 1d4. With a 1. Okay. Hey, you might want to put your cloth gear on for that stamina to last longer. Are you talking to me? Probably. I just need to pay attention to it. Okay, so it's its turn now, which it takes its 1 point of damage. Yeah. I was gonna say I probably should. So he's not doing too good. He's not looking. He's looking hot, but not too hot, if you know what I mean. So at this point, he's kind of like starts to kind of like shrink in itself, and he starts like looks. You can tell looks down and sees that the vines are gone. And give me a fate die. Mm-hmm. with that too. Okay. So with that, you see him start to kind of like, as the vines are retreating, start to kind of retreat as well. And you can see that he's gone back into what his normal state was when you first arrived. And he seems to have been camouflaged now within these vines that are starting to retreat. You can tell he's still there and he's ready to pounce. However, you now have only a 50% chance with your next attack to hit him before he pounces on you. So, he has used his ability, Camouflage. It is now back to you. With his Sangoku's Kamehameha. Can't miss with that. Technically, you could just push it upwards, right? Push his hands up. Random spell, let's go. Give me that D100. These random spells has been doing pretty good for you so far. Just saying. With a 39, a random spell, a 39. Oh, what did we get on the last random spell? I forget. I meant to write it down, but I guess we can find, because what is Eternal Spark? Wasn't it like 17? No. Eternal Spark was 7. Then we have 39. We has Fanged Shadows. Your shadow bites an enemy. Okay. Okay. So, with that being the case, you still have to deal with the camouflage, though, because you can't quite see where he is. You can maybe tell there's like an outline of something, but you're not quite sure. So, give me that fate die. With an 11, which is neutral. We were looking for that nat 20. Now give me percentile, so D100, and call high or low before you roll. Low. Okay. With the 50, oh, so close. So close. Oh no. So, with that, your shadows, just like it's in the shadows, can't seem to find each other. So unfortunately, you can kind of sense that if he was there for a moment longer, you would have been able to sniff it out. You would have been able to see, and you would have immediately been able to hit him. Unfortunately, though, he's still camouflaged, which means it is its turn. Give me that fate die. So, unfortunately, your Fang Shadows have missed. With a 6. Ooh, okay. With that, unfortunately, he is going to get an attack on you. And you don't know which way he's coming. You don't know where he's going. But he's managed to jump up right behind you. And he's going to bite you at full force. So that's going to be a 1d6. And 1d6. With a 3. So you're still doing okay. You're at 13. You're hurting, but you're still doing okay. At this point, he's now sunk his fang into your shoulder, and you can tell that he's like, you know, not. You'd expect like poison. You'd expect something else, but he just seems to have bit you. That's it. He just seems to have sunk his fang into your shoulder. Stream D&D will carpentry worked pretty much. I've put together a system that I can like do encounters with people, and Faye decided to be our first person to test out our system and like work out the kinks. So yeah. So at that point, it is now your turn. Let's see what you got. I should have been keeping track of this, by the way. I have to do some quick math. Which was 2 minus 6 minus 1. Okay. We got a 90 with a random spell. So, random spell. And we got a 90. Let's see what your random spell is with a 90. We has seeing that, and this is actually kind of playing D&D and following the dice is kind of like tarot cards. So instead of the fact that he's now on you and he's like sunk his fang into you, you realized, you know, that spell that you cast the last time where, you know, he's kind of on fire. Well, you have now not getting attacked by your own fire. So your smoke shields against fire damage, which means you're not going to take damage from him, you know, being on fire. That has been your random spell of this turn. So it would have only been 1 damage, but yeah, it's fine. And then with that, I need to find a place to put this. I guess I could put it here. And then that way we can keep it on screen. Okay. There we go. It, nice. Okay. It is now its turn. Because unfortunately, you just took no damage from your fire damage. So it is its turn. Its fang still sunk and stuck. That is exactly what is in your shoulder. And he goes to pull it out. Give me a fate die. With a 9. Oh. Oh. At that point, he managed to kind of do a little bit more damage on the way out. And it's almost as if he's bitten you again at that point. And you can tell that, again, you're not feeling like the effects of poison or anything of the like. But you can tell that shoulder is going to hurt for a while. At that point, you take 1d6. I can't type. But you're small. Yeah, that's like shoulder and this didn't have to be a very big spider. It could have been a U-size spider. So roll 1d6. With a 5. Oof. Oof. Okay, so it hurt leaving more than it hurt going. But you can tell this creature is also rather hurt. He looks like he is very blistered and very like dry. Like you could just like pretty much shove him off and he would, or just leave him because he's still taking that fire damage. Keep that in mind. So with the 5, we have you're now at 8 points. And with that, it is back to you. And we are at, what is this, turn 4? This is turn 4. And no, this is turn 5. You're on turn 5. Okay. I will take some space and cast a random spell. You look at those random spells. They've been doing actually really well for you, surprisingly. So a random spell it is. With a 13. Which that means we has rocks falls and everyone dies. This has actually been really fun.
How many people have died because of falling rocks?
No one yet. I know I'm doing it wrong, but we've only had one person do it so far. We have Lark's Melody. Music boosts allies' morale, granting advantage on the next roll. So we were off to a strong start. Very strong start. But now, however, you can tell that, you know, your inner just showman wants to come out. And at that point, you're like, man, my shoulder really hurts. I'm just going to take a break this turn, but man, I'm going to be really pumped for the next one. But now it is the spider's turn, in which you need to give me a fate die, please. I'm trying to sing to them, make peace. I mean, don't know if there's a charm ability at any point. Rolled a 10 with the fate die, which is a unfriendly, mostly bad scenario. What is with this? However, it is also his turn. It is not like, it's not like a terrible bad though. It's not like, you know, a 2. But it is also not as great, which means he still unfortunately is going to like chomp on you, but as you know. And then the fact that he did a lot of hurt to you last time, and it was mostly okay. It was mostly okay. You are gonna have to deal with him trying to re-bite down on you, because now he's like hyper desperate. He saw that you're pumping yourself up, and he's like gonna just one last attempt and give it his all, and he's going to just clamp down onto you once again. This time, the other shoulder, just to balance it out. So. Oh, it doesn't shorthand. I don't like that it doesn't shorthand. With a 2! -2. Which means you are now at 6. Dun dun dun. Yeah, the shorthand didn't work. That was unfortunate. But, however, now it is your turn, and you do have advantage. You can tell that his desperate attempt wasn't as desperate as you might have thought it was. He like sunk in, he got your other shoulder, but like you can tell it wasn't like as strong. Like you can sense that even though you can't see him, you can kind of see it like over your head, but he's not looking good. It's not pretty. It's one of those things where if you've like ever had an ant with a magnifying glass and you're like, So yeah. It's one of those situations. So with that, we have offensive spell, making sure that it is going to work, which means with this, because you have advantage, how do we want to work that as do we want to give you an option of 2? I don't know. Or we could do with advantage, it's an auto good fate. I think that might be the way we do it. If you have advantage, it's an auto good fate. And then if it's disadvantage, then it's an auto bad fate. Or you roll, do a 50-50 percentage high or low with disadvantage. Because then it still gives you the chance. I think that's the way we'll do it. But if you have advantage, then it immediately... Because there's not many things that give you advantage. And I don't think there's many things that give you disadvantage either. So, with that, we're going to push it as a instant high fate die. We have offensive spell this time, which is a D40, please. With a 33. And with that 33, we has you and your sparkly bright lights. I'm just saying. We have the Havoc Sphere, a chaotic orb, detonates, sending foes flying. Essentially, you've pumped yourself up. You have literally Kamehameha this thing. Out. you from last turn it started summoning energy. You started summoning energy, and then you just go into this thing's face. And with that, plus the good fate, you don't even have to roll. He has 1 hit point left. If you want to roll to see if you overkill him, you can. So damage would be a 1d10. Actually, we'll say advantage damage, roll it twice. That's how we'll do it. With advantage damage, or with advantage on your next roll, because technically the damage is the roll, then we will do the higher of the 2. So. We have a 5 and 3. So with that 5, you have now essentially really barbecued this spider, this jungle spider, this lonely jungle spider, in which the giant the entire time who was fishing has at some point gotten up and used this spider to cook his fish. He's just standing there with a stick and the fish, and he's just kind of like staring at you, watching the whole thing happen, and he's just cooking his fish. He doesn't even care. He didn't want to help you. Didn't say a word. He was just like, yeah, I got fire now. And he's cooking his fish. But with that, you have survived your first encounter in the gilded tangle versus the jungle spider. And with that, you get a reward. I don't think having gold, I might introduce gold at another point, but I think items is probably the best. That way you can have them for your character and then you can use them later on. I think is probably the best way to go about it. So let's see what we has for items. Congrats on a successful encounter. At the end of encounters, I'm going to say that all like hit points are like restored as you've taken like a long rest in between encounters, because this was like a little longer, but this was also us getting used to like the pacing and how it works. So, item. If you would not mind, please give me a D100 for your item, your loot. Let's see what your loot is. With a 64. And with a 64, your item is... Your item is an ever clean cloak. It repels stains and dirt. Why does that seem so fitting?
Repels dirt and you ride it down a hill. Is it a hovercraft?
It technically would be a hovercraft at that point. Or mudslide. Yeah.
You just created a free tensor's floating disc over dirt.
I did. Holy crap. That is powerful. Because it repels dirt. Or repels stains and dirt. So, like, it literally is a floating magnet if you lay it on the ground. I'm just going to say it doesn't move, though. It just repels it. It just sits there.
Incapable of becoming dirty or stained.
Yeah. Incapable. It's true. It's like a duck. But congratulations on the first encounter. The dirt just doesn't stick. Yeah, it's like a duck. You have a duck cloak. So it's always clean. We have to figure out how we're going to do experience. Because the jungle spider itself only had like 12 HP. Which to be honest, as like a level 1 character, some of these are... I will let people know if they cannot handle some of these creatures. But yeah, it had 12 HP, 14 AC. So... we didn't have to deal with its AC. I think AC is really only going to become... a thing with like low fate rolls or like melee stuff, and it depends on the the monster, because it would go way too long. Some of these encounters, I'm sorry. If what's the word I'm looking for? Like, if you had to deal with AC and like more chances of missing, because it having camouflage was like, holy crap, it like disappeared. It used dig for a turn. And so that can kind of like make things go a little bit longer. My goal with these are like 30 minutes. And then like if we want to do an actual like for special events, like a campaign-esque type like longer encounter, then we can. So, but my goal for like quick encounters, like one-offs, is going to be like 30 minutes. That way people know that that's about how long that they have to like sit down and like pay attention to it if they want. But we do have to figure out experience. So with that, I think what we could do is something with like the fate die, encounter fate die, and the combat fate die. And like add them together. Because like if something is... Do we want to do it that way? Or do we want to do it that like if you've had more of an unfriendly, like it's more experience, and then if you've had something that's like good, but if something's like really good, it's in your favor, then you could also say that you gotten more experience for it that way. So, but if you have like a really crappy encounter, you're not going to get much experience for it. So how do we want to do that? Because I do think like kind of hard work should be rewarded. Where if you had like the fate die was immediately like hyper friendly and you made friends with the giant and the giant helped you fight the spider, it might have been over like super quick. And then you would have been like, hey, I got free experience. So like if that was the case, like being rewarded for... If we did something like... What if we did something like 1 to 10? 1 through 10 would probably be like... Do we want to do it like as a ×2? And then... How do we want to do that? Because I wonder if there's a way like we could do good and like high fate die is like divided by 2. Ooh, that looks yummy. What, my Sprite? Or the D&D thing? Yeah. I had root beer earlier today. I forgot I actually liked root beer. I think we might do something like that. So experience is... So do we want to do 1 to 10 is times 2, and then 11 to 20 is divided by 2? So that way, like, the lowest you can get is 2 experience. And then we'd have to figure out how much it takes to level up. I'm thinking 50 as doing, like, every 50. Because then if you have, like, your max, which can be 20. And then if you do, like, 2... No, how do we want to do that? Because it's not... Because it wouldn't be times 2. I don't know how to actually... What kind of root beer? This is the... Bart's? Yeah. I don't... like, root beer is root beer to me. The best root beer that I've ever had, though, is an alcoholic root beer called Not Your Father's. It is very good. How do I want to do experience? I'm trying to think of that. Because I want it to be, like, random enough. Or we could just do a fate die for experience and be like, hey, sometimes, like, a really shitty situation doesn't give you very much experience. And we could do it as a fate die of, like... Yeah, we could do that. I think that might be best, is just do experiences. Because if you get really lucky on the fate die and you hit 20, then you get 20 experience or 20 points, which again, yeah, I think we'll do it that way. So experience. Faye, if you're still around, if you want to give me a quick fate die. If not, I can roll it for you. See what your experience is for that encounter. Oh shit! Well done. Well done with that nat 20. So you get your 20 experience. Okay. With that being the case, I'm gonna rename this as encounter sheets. And then what would you like to name your encounter? Your session? Scary spider goes poof. The name of the encounter. The scary spider goes poof. This is something I was putting together to do with chat as kind of a thing to do when we're like crafting a lot or if we have like not much going on. You're filling a wagon. What you filling the wagon with? Okay. So scary spider goes poof. And with that, is there? No. We're gonna go here. Isn't there? I thought there was a thing for like a line break. I could have swore there was. No. It just gives a dot. Yeah. That's fine. We said your HP was 20. What else do we want to okay. So then we have this now too, which is going to be current level, experience, HP, and then number of encounters. To create a line break in Google Docs, use Shift plus Enter for a soft line break, new line within the same paragraph, or a hard. To insert a horizontal line, go insert horizontal line or use Shift plus Enter command inside. So it would be no. Insert horizontal line. Nice. Thank you very much. Is there anything else we want to put here? So we have the current level, experience, HP, and the number of encounters. I don't know that I'm actually going to be dealing with oh, we do have to put that, which is your items. Your cloak. Yep. There we go. Items, encounters. I think I like putting a space and stuff so it's cleaner to look at, especially when you get like multiple things going on. So yeah, and this is heading 1. You want to play 2? I have time for at least one more. Let me get this put together again. Okay. Let's get that set up. No, Faye was the only one currently. Normally what I would just the tester. On a scale of 1 fate die. How'd it work out? Well, shit. It was a 7. Yeah. Okay. I'd actually be interested to know how it would work with, like, if we did multiple people. Because I know we could DM it. That encounter would be longer though, because you'd have like more, like obviously another person taking a turn, but then also if there's like roleplay that the people want to do, they can do that. So I'd be interested to see about doing like a party system at some point as well. But we could do a party system as well. I'm not sure that I have the maybe after I take like a super quick break to like use the restroom. I also like want to get something to eat, but my head has been starting to like bug me a little bit because like I'm not used to really being streaming. I missed something. I heard it and had to meet this. It's all good, all good. But yeah, I can do one more. As long as we do a quick encounter. We'll worry about doing a party encounter like next stream. When I'm like, Murr. You have to lock in at work anyways. Sounds good. I'm glad you had fun. If you did have fun, let me. What is your Yelp review? Let me know what your Yelp review is. I thought this was a Wendy's. Yes. Much fun, much fun, very wow. Good. Good. And then as like we find more monsters, like people can know that like it was encountered, so they'll kind of know how the fight goes with those monsters, which I think is going to be nice. And like you learn what spells there are, you learn kind of what the weapons are, because I'm not planning on changing the like the tables. You know, that was so perfect. Sad I didn't get a comically small fishing set that would have been normal sized for you. It's true. 'Tis true. Though seeing a giant with tiny all he wanted to do was cook his fish in peace. That's it. Okay. Break starts in 2 minutes. I'm going to use that time and the break time to should have still had the giants button. Hey, you could have at the very end. Just saying. You could have restarted the encounter except with the giant this time. But yeah, I'm going to take that time really quick to stand up, stretch, probably take some ibuprofen. Maybe get something super quick to eat, and then we can start the encounter as soon as ads are done. And then hopefully, because ads are every 30 minutes, we can get everything together and do the encounter in the appropriate time frame if we can get something like locked in. I need to figure out like the format a little bit more. So yeah, I am going to be right back. But we can enjoy seeing oh, I guess there's no way unless I zoom. Is there a zoom? Is there, but I guess I would have to do it. There we go. That way people can see what the current encounter was. And then I'll be right back. I am back. I just realized how quiet it is. And I'll have to like figure out what's going on with the audio for that. I turned it all the way up to 100, but it's like not even registering. Like the desktop audio isn't registering. Now it is, but like it wasn't a moment ago. I think it was just maybe OBS was bugged. I kind of hear it now. Alright. Very interesting. I did put my cloth armor on, as you might have seen. Okay. So once DMK is back, we can get started on their encounter. Okay, so we have location. Encounter. Fate die. If we need a combat fate die. There's some situations that might not need combat fate dies. Actually, we'll start with those for right now. Location, encounter, and normal fate die. Okay. Location is first, then encounter, and then we go from there. Okay. Welcome back. Let me know when you are ready to begin. You are ready. Good. Good. So, small disclaimer. Characters do not have a immediate success. There is a chance your character could die. I don't know what is going to happen at that point. I think it just ends the encounter and you don't get the experience for the encounter. But maybe it'll require someone else to do an encounter to like save you or something. We'll see. But right now it's just going to end the encounter. So if your character dies, it just end the encounter. All characters start at level 1 with 20 HP, I think is what I said. So 20 HP. Yep. Level 1, 20 HP. We're not going to deal with like armor class all that much. I think we're going to do the fate die as like most of that. So for everything, it is going to be randomized, and then it is up to me to connect those pieces together and make your encounter, your adventure, I would say your adventure, fun. You'll be asked to make several rolls in the course of this adventure. So my goal is to make it for like 30 minutes. So it's currently like 10 till. So about 20 after is like my goal. I want to try and get it concise to the point that it's like 30 minutes per activity for people. And then if we do like party encounters, then obviously it'll be a little bit longer. But seeing that you are ready to begin, let's figure out what your location is. If you would not mind, please roll a D100. It is bang, roll, and then 1D100. I should have that as like a thing, maybe on the bottom. I can like put it on the bottom as like there's a space. There we go. So you're starting a location. You are at with a I didn't type what the location was or what these numbers were, but I should next time. So location. I can always go back through the list and see what it is as well. We has the Penance Pillars. Carved columns whisper regrets of former inhabitants. We are currently in more of like, I would assume if Stonehenge was just like pillars. In that like kind of open field, maybe like some mist rolling in. We got like the trek through. Maybe this is going somewhere. This is maybe where you wanted to end up. This could be a shortcut you found and people were just like, stay away from the pillars. But either way, you have now found yourself currently here, standing in front of these pillars, and you kind of have that like weird, is something talking to me right now? I don't know, that might just be in the wind. I don't know, did someone just move? I don't think so. It has that like eerie kind of like graveyard-esque vibe. So with that, let's see what your encounter is while you are here. If you would not mind rolling a D100 for me, please. And your encounter will be... If it's a giant fishing again, it's going to be hilarious. We have a 75. All of these are random, so high and low doesn't really matter for a lot of the D100s, thankfully. Oh, again with like, sometimes things just work out really well. we have a fallen celestial, wounded and confused. Probably unsure why they are here at the pillars, but that is what you are here to figure out. So with that, if you wouldn't mind giving me a fate die, which is a D20, please, and then we'll see what your luck is with this encounter, and whether it's combat or friendly, or if this person is friend or foe. With a 17, that is really good. So, with a 17, this situation is considered very good, which means they are also friendly. Friendly slash very good. As they kind of see you approach, they just kind of like reach a hand out and says, "Help me." Do you approach? What do you do now? You have this fallen celestial. Can't tell whether they're male or female or exactly what they're dressed. Just ambiguous. But they look wounded and confused, and they're asking for help. Excuse me. Oh, geez. Fuzzies. I like... The carbonation hit me like so hard because like my nose was like stuffed for a second, and then it was just like carbonation. Walks up and reaches out hand, greetings and salutations. At this point, they take your hand and they're like, thank you for coming by. Let's now figure out what they want from you. If there is something that is happening in which, you know, they might have a task, or they might have something that they need you to take care of for them. And with that, we are opening up a new table. When we has new table. Open new table. We has the task list. So let's see what your task is with this fallen celestial. If you don't mind, please roll a D100. With a 73. You're like in the 70s. You like the number 7, apparently. 72, 75, 17. And with the 73, as they holding your hand, your task is currently, will you help me from the cold? I am wounded and I need warmth. And you can tell that there is no like wink wink nudge nudge in asking for warmth, but the fact that they indeed are just talking about a fire. Hush you. And with that, they ask for a fire. Give them a big hug. Of course. Let me see what you have in your pack. This is interesting. With that, I will give you a roll on the items list. Open new page. So with the items list, it is very random, and your pack will currently only have 1 item in it. And with that, if you wouldn't mind rolling a D100. As they start shivering, and they're like, you're like looking through your pack. A 50, ooh, exactly even. So with a 50. Okay. This is Again, the way things just make things work is insane. With that, you find the soul lantern, which technically does not count as your fire because it is a blue, not heat emitting, but is light emitting. So you can use it for light, but not warmth. And with that, detects undead by dimming. We would say you are currently in the Penance Pillars, which is carved from the columns of whispering regrets of former inhabitants, which feels like a graveyard. You now have a fallen celestial, wounded and confused person who has now asked you for a fire. And now you pull out the soul lantern. Give me a percentage die, and you get to choose high or low. Percentage die is a D100. No. Well then. High percentile. And you rolled a 1. With that, you can see that this thing, as you've pulled it out and you're like, I will go and I will fetch you your firewood. It starts to dim. And not just a slow dim, but an almost snuffed out. And with that, we're going to go into the combat fate die. If you would have succeeded on that, I mean, that probably would have been something. Do you have knowledge of what the lantern does? Yes. Any items will not require any like identification or anything like that. So once you receive an item, you will have full knowledge as to what that item does. For your combat fate die, it is a D20 as well. We're going to say from backpack. Sets the lantern down. But as fuck. Ooh. Oh, okay. With that and the combat fate die, with an 8, you are looking at a unfriendly, mostly bad scenario. So it could be worse. It could be worse. And with that, we has mostly bad. So as you put the lantern down and you mutter, the wounded celestial at this point cowers into themselves and just wide-eyed stares off into the distance right over your shoulder. Let's see what your lantern has found. Please roll for me a D100 to see what undead creature it is that you have now woken. Again, with the 100 tables, you never know. They are random. So, as they say, monsters. No, we are not doing that. We will only implement that when we have a party going on. If it's just a single person, we will have a monster. And with that, we have a 2. Ads start in 3 minutes, so we'll get this started, and then once the ads hit, let me know, and I will pause your encounter. What is with this? I love how things just they come together so well. And with that, we has the Chateau Bat. The Chateau Bat screeches as it has been alerted by your presence, mainly from the lantern, but also just in general with the fact that you are here. So this Chateau Bat, you can't tell whether or not it is a shadow or if it's an undead bat. But with that, it's going to start with the combat. So we has player experience or player HP. You start off at 20. And because it was a mostly bad scenario for your fate die, the bat will unfortunately go before you. So we have turn 1. And on turn 1, this bat has now screeched at you. It's not necessarily, think of more of a high-pitched screech. I don't want to do a high-pitched screech right now. But it comes out of the darkness and starts to swoop down right over your head. And let's see. With that, give me a fate die, please. It's swooping down after your head. You try to catch it in your pack. D20, correct. It is a D20. I'm going to say for that, it has to be a very good roll. So you're looking at 16 to 20 for a very good roll. And we have a 12. You just barely. You kind of like manage to put the bag up, but it still manages to get around the bag and try to do some damage to you. If you'd like to attempt to use the bag again on your turn, you can. But it is currently going to... Shadow Bat, it's going to attempt to bite you. I need to just have that up as a different... What happens to the damage die? Did I get rid of the damage die? I got rid of the damage die. Welp. Let's figure that out really quick. Okay. So with that, it is a bite attack. Monster fate die 12. So then it would be 1d6. Okay. So damage 1d6. Let's see how much it's managed to... All good. I'm toiling around in the background with trying to figure out where this thing went. Where did D10 damage? 1d6 damage. 1d4 damage. Okay. Yeah, that was really weird. I lost the damage for that. Awkward. Okay. Okay. Let me know when you are back. It says that ads are done. I had to find the damage for the bat because I lost the damage somewhere. I like deleted it by accident. I need to like find a way to lock the tables. Welcome back. So with that, with the fated eye of 12, missing the bag, it manages to. It says a bite attack, but we're gonna go with like some clawn attacks because it's doing a dive by instead of a drive by, dive by. And with that, it does 1d6 damage, particularly to the top of your head. So with a 2 damage. So -2, you're now at 18. Also, I wanted to put in that we're going to have, because you are taking care of the Celestialist, the Celestial HP is also going to be counted. So if something does happen to them, we will count that as not necessarily failing the encounter, but you will no longer get the reward for their task. So would a claw be D4 since a bite is a D6? Technically, yeah. Technically, yeah. And you had the better fate die. So what I'll do is I'll roll the D4, and if it's lower, then we will take it. If it's 1 damage, you'll take the 1 damage. If it is higher, we will not add the damage. So it is still 2. You were fated to take 2 damage. But yeah, no, good call. See, we're in this together. I'm not here to completely screw things over. Not yet, at least. And with that, it has swooped, scratched you, and then has made its descent back up into a striking position the next time. It is your turn. What do you attempt to do? We have options, though. If you would like to, you can continue to use the backpack. You can use a random random spell. You can use an offensive spell. You can use a healing spell. You can use a random weapon, a random ranged weapon, a melee weapon, or an improv weapon of your choice. We do have tables that you can choose from. Is it bright out or dark? Let's see. Roll a percentile. The lower it is, the darker it is. The higher it is, the brighter it is. So it's currently, I would say, like 4 or 5 o'clock. It's not quite absolutely bright. It's like evening. You are not quite dark yet. It is evening. I'll add that to your location. How do I want to... with a 62%. We'll do yes or no's. Cloudy or clear sky, do the same thing. The lower it is, the cloudier it is. The higher it is, the more clear it is. So it's pretty cloudy. Pretty cloudy. And then you asked mountainous plains. If you choose to have magic, you can have magic. There is random spells, offensive spells, or healing spells. You have to choose from the tables, the tables though, to use magic specifically. And then if you want mountainous or plains, then that'll be the same. The lower it is, the more plain it is. Or actually, we'll do it the opposite way. Mountains would be like 1, and then super clear prairie is 100. If you choose to do it. Cloudy, blew your idea of the water. Oh no. It is currently like, it is foggy. This seems like to be like a rather ominous location. Maybe slightly darker than like what you walked by with, given the fact that it's the penance pillars. Oh, what was Soul Lantern items? It was 50. So I get to choose when or how I use magic or items, or is it set to no more choices to the tables? If you're using magic, it is to the tables. If you have items, you can choose how you use the items. So, like the lantern, pulling it out. In the future, if you have this item and you know that it's prepared, then you can do something like a bit more with it. But if you're using anything combat-wise, it'll be left up to chance. Now, however, if you do have like a weapon, it's considered like an item. So you'll have that like weapon on you if you want. We can say items are permanent because it's like official. Okay. So with that, you said offensive magic. Offensive. Offensive magic. How did I... Okay, random spell. So, offensive magic. It is a D40. I'd like to do something. I want to hold priority use when the bat dies. Okay. We can do that. So it's currently up in the air. And then you're going to hold whatever your offensive magic is for when it dives down to you. I like to throw the pack at the bat and blast it with magic after I throw the pack if able to. One action. So we're not going to do bonus actions. Then it just gets a little complicated once we have like multiple people. So if you want to hold it for the pack so that you have advantage on using the pack, we can do it that way. Or if you just want to do magic, you can do the magic. So that's up to you. D40, yes. Magic. Okay. I rolled a 10. Okay. Give me 2 quick seconds to put this away, and then we will see what you rolled. Make sure that we have that written down. What was the other thing I needed to do? I'm pretty sure there was nothing else. Huh. Okay. You might need both hands. It's true. Technically true. You might need both hands. Farming station. I just want to set up crafts before we continue really quickly. That's fine. Okay, so with a 10 on offensive magics, we has pretty good for you. We has, if I can format this correctly, solar flare, a flash of brilliant heat burns enemies and blinds them momentarily. Considering this is a bat and probably likes it being cloudier, you just suddenly made a flashbang. And with that, please roll your fate die. That's what I was gonna do in the lantern. See, things work out. With a 3, so not great. Not with a 3. Yeah, it's not the best. But with that, let's see. That's what I'm thinking is because it's a bat, it could be like it would probably most definitely be blinded in some way. But maybe it anticipated that you were going to be doing something of this sort, especially having the lantern. I don't know if it's super sentient bat, but we're gonna pretend it's a super sentient bat. It's part of the ancestors who lived here. But also with that, I'm going to say, because it's unfortunate that doing this has also blinded you. That's a little unfair. No, I'm going to say Probably blinked at the right time. I'm gonna say for 1d4, you and the Celestialist is blinded. Maybe you casted it too close to yourself, and you didn't get damaged. Oh, but so for 4 turns, you'll have disadvantage. So, but you can still, succeed on things as long as, the bat doesn't do amazingly. And then also we'll see, what do I do? Stop driver roll for 4 rounds? No, you can, it's kind of like, I mean, it's true. It is true. And then we'll see, no, there wouldn't have been any damage. The bat was like too far away. Because with it being a 3 on the die, that's pretty rough. But that means it is the bat's turn, which are you going to blindly hold out the backpack? Trying to catch it. Give me the monster's fate die. Why not? The odds are not in your favor. Considering that the bat got a 17 on the fate die, you were blinded holding this backpack, and the bat has officially swooped down, sees what you're doing, but that is above, isn't it? It is. Yep, it is very good for the bat, unfortunately. So that means it's going to be a full bite attack where he notices that you are not doing so well. And this would have been turn 2. And why is it not? There we go. So this would have been a bite attack. 1d6. And he's going to try and like latch onto you. With trying to like... Maybe he's a vampire bat. With a 5. Oof. So we're at a 13. So the bat is now has now bitten into you, and will fly away next turn. So, but for now, it is your turn. You are still currently blinded, which means you have disadvantage on what you're doing. But it still could do it. You're going to try and grab it and flash it again. With that, give me fate die. And roll twice. And we're taking the lower of the 2. You can actually do, I think, roll 2d20. I'm pretty sure the bot does that. Well, on the plus side, you can't get any more blinded. Oh no, it didn't work. I need the individual rolls. Gosh darn it. That's unfortunate. But I guess it would be... Is there any way that's not high rolls? Because it's a 36 with 2 die. I thought it would give you the separate rolls. Yeah, that didn't work either. 36 divided by 2 is 18. So we'll say that... We can say that's a 20 and a 16. Because 36 with 2 die is actually pretty impressive. Because it's putting it with divided 2, like they could have both rolled 18s. So that's what we'll say. That way, but next time we know that it doesn't actually do the 2d20, unfortunately. Which is stupid. So with the 16, that is actually in your favor. Trying to help you out here, man. It is a very good. And so you want to use the flare again? Is that what you're... The solar flare? Okay. This time you are prepared and you have the bat and you can shield your eyes or shield the celestialist eyes as you cast flare. Give me a 1d4. Three. Okay. Magic. And then also because it is a shadow creature, and you did roll extremely high, give me a 1d10 of damage for this shadow creature. With this 6. Monster creatures. And with that, you, it is a shadow bat and have now blinded it. And it has nowhere to run, no shadows to hide. It just disappears. It dissipates into like whiffs of just smoke. It has exactly 6 HP. Yeah. So I feel something cast a smell and feel empty hands. Pretty much, yes. Well, it doesn't cast a spell. It disintegrates. It like poofs. You've made it go poof. Literally. Due to the light versus shadow. And with that, you do sense that wispy bits are gone. You are still blinded for 3 rounds. But you don't see a black dot in front of your face anymore. So, and by blinded, it's more like if you get flashbanged and you have that like the light brightness more than you are completely blinded. So it's still like very disorienting. Like you might have like the ringing in your ears and stuff like that. But so like staring, yeah, pretty much like that. Where it's more disorienting than a full like blind. Because if you were blind at that point, it would be like not being able to really take any actions. Yeah. And with that, the Celestial has witnessed the bat going and kind of clings to you a little bit and does one of those, thank you for getting rid of the pest. But unfortunately, I am still cold. Please make me a fire. And you kind of now knowing that there are things out there that do kind of go bump in your night. Your lantern at this point has come back on. So you have a little bit of a brighter lantern now. You say, you're welcome. That, I would say she probably, they probably, kind of like shut their eyes and like sleep for a little bit because they're still blinded for a moment. Items. Your backpack had the lantern. Other than that, you will have to try to go find kindling. Or, you know, use random stuff from the pillars? Question mark. I'm not sure that would be a great idea. You never know what those pillars are made of. But I guess we should figure out if this is like mountainous or plains. So if you want to roll the... Yep. I was going to say, if you want to roll another percentile, and the lower it is, the more hilly it is. There you go. So it's mountainous. That's a word, right? Mountainous. 18%. Okay. Ads are a thing. So we will pause while the ads play. I don't know if you can still hear me or not, but I'm gonna type. Oh, nice. Okay. So yeah, give me a percentile. The higher it is, the more chances you'll find what you're looking for, and the lower it is, with a 38, I'm gonna say you would find something. I don't know if you can still hear me. You would find something that has. It's gonna take you a bit. You're not sure if it's going to. Yep. Paused. This actually works out perfectly because I can put stuff away and start the next craft. What did I need next? We needed... Welcome back. What do they have on them visually? They have robes. They're in just kind of probably very plain, no like adornments or anything, just plain robes. It seems like torn, a little bit tattered in places where they are wounded and injured. You can't tell whether it's like maybe just like from a head wound or like a cut or something. Like they seem to be pretty well covered. So with the 38, you'll find something that might take a little bit longer to use. You're not sure if it's going to completely work. It might be something that is not quite fully flint. Maybe you can be like, I could possibly get a spark from this. Or if you could like grind it down and use it with something else. What kind of firewood or sticks? Plenty of sticks. You're in the mountains. I'm going to say there's probably sticks everywhere. Why did that? Interesting. I don't want it to do that. I want... There we go. Okay. Is there a string or a rope on your pack? Let's say high or low. Call high or low and then do percentile. And then if it's a whatever you pick, then yes. You have some sort of string or rope. But it will be expelled for this encounter. So it's not going to be something that continues on your character sheet. With a low, then yes. Specifically dried moss? There's probably kindling of some kind. I don't know if... yeah, there is kindling of some kind. Whether it be leaves or... vegetation of some kind. You're in the mountains. It's close to evening. We don't know technically what season it is. Bathroom cat is bathroom cat. What's the D4 for? Oh, for season. Roll 1d4. It's a 2. So it's summer. So yes, kindling everywhere. I will make a bow fire starting kit. Yes, you can take sticks and start doing your thing. It just says gather kindling for a fire, not technically make a fire. So maybe the celestialists can craft fire. So yes, you have your string, you have your bow, and you can find kindling. Obviously, making sure the celestial doesn't cut. Yeah, I mean, we don't want another spider encounter. Just saying. Now with your made object, let's see how well made your object is. If you want to roll a percentile, the higher the die, the better it's made, which means it'll, you know, work better. Okay, so it's an averagely made kind of bow fire starter kit. That's fair. Maybe D8 uses left on it. We can do that. We can roll with that. So Bowfire starter kit was going to say is a 52. So average 1d8 uses equals 3, and you have 2 uses. Well, you have 3. So then if you're using one right now, let's give it a fate die and see what the fate is. See if you manage with a 9. Unfortunately not. So attempt 1 is a 9. It fails. Attempt 2. With a 1. Oh. Oh no. It also fails. You got 1 attempt left. Attempt 3. Aww. With a 10. Unfortunately, that is the cap of the mostly bad. So, with that, you're gonna have to find a new bow fire starter kit. Healing magic. You do have access to healing magic. But they have specifically asked for a fire. But you can come back with the kindling. And yes, to use healing magic, it is a D40. With a 23. And with that, Mm. You have cast Holy Dewdrop, and it summons a glowing droplet that heals the first ally it touches. Please give me a fate die. Nope, that's 23, not 43. With a 9, you will only heal 1d6. Oh, back. No. What did I have? I think I needed sand, I think. Tier 2 sand, yeah. But yeah, if you can do a 1d6, please. With a 6. Nice. As you heal the Celestial, their eyes kind of flit open for a second. They look up to you. They thank you for your generosity and your healing. I do feel much better. But I am still cold. And with that, they you can see that the shiver has died down just a tiny bit. But they are still cold. If you want to give me a percentile die to see how long it takes you, actually, with a 94, I was gonna say how long it takes you to find a new way to use the kindling or another bow fire starter. But with a 94, we're gonna say that this is pretty high. And you know what you're looking for. You found it the first time. You found those rocks. You kind of have like figured out the environment. You've spent probably an hour doing this at this point, especially after your many attempts at getting something started, and you managed to get together more things. With that, why not give me 1d10. Yeah, give me 1d10 with advantage. We're gonna say that the higher roll is gonna be how many attempts you have again with your new fire starter. I'm just gonna call it fire starter this time. 94. Yeah, I'm not sure how it rolled a 19 on a d20 even though you rolled a 1d10. Oh wow. Yep, with a 4. So let's do this again. You have 4 attempts to start this fire before the Celestial freezes to death. Dun dun dun. No, actually, you saved them a bit of time because I've been... Did you break it, Pat? How did that... Well, we got the 1. We got the 6. Okay. So, 6. Fails. Attempt 2 with a 13. 13 does succeed on getting it started. So with that, you've managed to put together all these things. You got that spark going. You're like, I know I can do this. I know I can do this, and it's easier this time around. You know exactly what kindling to put together, and you've made a little like alcove in the dirt, and you put it right next to. Can still mess it up. I mean, that's true. That is true. But you managed to spark it, and it's now smoldering and starting. And at this point, the celestial once again kind of opens their eyes, and they see the fire starting. Me 1d4. Lightly blowing on it to get the embers to grow. With a 4! It's going to, it's going to take no time at all to get this fire up and running. If you would have rolled a 1, it would have been kind of the opposite. I was kind of like, it would have been like 3. So 4 out of 4, you don't have to worry about. But if it was a 1 out of, then it would be 3, 2, etc. So you get this fire going pretty quickly. It's getting night, and you can tell it's getting really cold, and the celestialist, or celestial, rather, starts kind of like perking up a little bit, and they start kind of coming out and unballing themselves, and they put their hands near the fire, and you get it going really nice for them. And at that point, you can see as they start to warm up, they start to kind of dissipate. You are able to make torches. You can, using, I was going to say, probably, usually torches are made with like cloth, but you could probably find like pine cones and stick them on a stick and have a pine cone torch. I have actually seen pine cone torches, which, because pine cones, depending on if like they're wet or something, you can actually get them to like simmer. But with that, as the celestial starts warming up, it's done. It was up if there is any. There is probably sap. You're probably in a pine forest of some, like, I'm thinking mountainous with like the pillars. I'm thinking like dead foresty type thing. But yeah, tree sap burns things, yep. Burns things a bit longer. Kind of like honey and stuff like, or not honey, but yeah, beeswax and stuff like that. But you could use the pine sap and stuff like that. She, they, it, he, very androgynous, no discernible gender features, just kind of like looks at you like, what are you talking about? And as like their hands are closer to the fire, you can see that they're more translucent, and they're kind of like, it looks like they're slowly like I said, dissipating, fading. But they don't seem to notice. They seem to be rather calm about it and like grateful and saying thank you very much for building this fire for me, for keeping me warm, for protecting me from the bat. The lantern does not go like it. The lantern does not fade. Its glow is staying very steady. So as the celestial becomes warmer and warmer, and her body over time, you'll just watch. She slowly just kind of fades, and like not even particles. Making sure the angel ain't going batty on me. No, you're good. I would say it for roll for encounter at that point. So she starts to fade, and you see smile appear across their lips, and at that point you can see kind of more of the fog just kind of like leave and dissipate. Even though it's getting night and it's getting darker, it feels like that extra darkness kind of has been alleviated. And with that, like the whispers that you thought were the wind and might have been but might not have been, they slowly they quiet, and there's like a weirder calm to the area than there was before. And the last thing that fades is the celestial's face, with that smile still plastered and that happiest kind of tranquility kind of look on their face. And as the last bits of them kind of dissipate, you see a little bit of a glittering shimmer to where they were previously. And with that, something starts to form where they were sitting, as if it was left behind. Give me a 1d100. With a 3. Man, this is pretty funny, actually. This is pretty funny, actually. You now has in its place very adult moose covered in marmalade. No. Oh, fully grown adult moose covered in no. You now have another lantern to add to your collection. This is the Lantern of Whispering Flames. The flame flickers into cryptic messages. And the first cryptic message is going to be, "Thank you for your kindness." And with that, the Flame Man. I picture like Jax from League of Legends with like the lantern on this stick. Except for now you have just like 2 lanterns. One that tells you the undead and one that gives you cryptic messages. So but yeah. And that was be your encounter. If you wouldn't mind giving me a fate die to that's not a bad idea. Can I do that and make a lantern staff? Sure. That can be you have the tools. Which lantern do you want to be your lantern staff though? You can only choose one. Yeah, fate. So experience, fate die. You have gotten 3 experience from that. Thus became the story of Steve, lantern collector extraordinaire. Yep. So, which of the lanterns did you want to become your staff? Undead staff and message lantern will be in your other hand. Nice. Okay. And you get to name your encounter. What would you like to name your encounter? Fate of Light. Very well done. So Fate of Light is the first encounter. So I guess you can heal yourself. It just gets reset at the end of encounters. We consider it like a long rest. So that way the next encounter you do, you're back at 20. Yep. So even though your experience was low, you ended up having 2 items from that. I'll give people like 1 item from their backpack to start, and then as they do more encounters, then they'll get the items from the encounters. One of the newer Genshin characters is named Flins. He has a lantern in his offhand, and his main hand is a polearm that has another lantern. Got them vibes. That's probably exactly it. So then staff. This is what it looks like. So, polearm with a lantern, and then he's holding a lantern. What did you start with then? You never pulled anything from your pack. If you'd like to, I can give you that works better. Yeah. I can retroactively give you a backpack item. So if you want to do a D100 with a 56. Okay. Let me add that to you. Let's see, where should we put it? We put it before the combat. Fate die. I'll put it after. That way we know. $56. Items 56. And you have received the Ring of Measured Pace. Wearer never tires from walking. So you have the cloak that repels stains and dirt, and you never get tired from walking. You are literally the perfect fae. I could just picture you with like a mushroom hat now. Just walking around with the mushroom hat. I just want to walk, man. Yep. I'm walking here. Your clothes never soil. It's true. So you're never like a gross, dirty traveler at all in any means. You're just constantly fresh and... Faye got the Ring of Measured Pace. A wearer never tires from walking. There we go. Hi, Pros. How are you doing? Literally just you and BitCraft. Yep. The traveling fae. So yeah, we have 2 encounters. So it took over an hour, but given the fact that multiple things happen in this encounter, it wasn't just the combat encounter. I think on average it's about an hour then between the 2. And then of course, working out the kinks and stuff like that. I'm like I said, I'm doing well. I am unfortunately going to be ending stream. It is 6 o'clock. I do have to eat and actually eat food. But what do we have here? We are starting while we have like downtime and stuff like that, while we're crafting and not really doing much, running adventures for people. So these are going to be role-playing adventures. And we'll have like character sheets. So we did 2 adventures so far. Faye was our playtester to figure out how it works to begin with. We have a bunch of random tables and things that people can use and roll off of. And we get to DM a little bit and throw in our own creativity on how things go. But most of the time it's completely up to fate and very random. And yeah, we did 2 so far. But yeah. We're gonna get to more today because I'm testing out the format and stuff like that. But normally they're gonna be like redeems, so channel points and stuff like that. That way people can redeem one. I still have to figure out exactly how much or when or why or you know the details. But I think for the most part we got a pretty good system going. I might be able to add more tables at some point. But I think no, and it snagged. That was not very fun. But we can get like more tables going. Maybe when everyone's gone through more encounters, we can add more like bosses and stuff like that. What? BBIAB? Hello? But yeah, we so far I can run one of these like pretty well. It'd be interesting to see if I could run one like via just chat. So like if say like we have days where I'm not feeling well and can't like really be on camera or talking, if I can still run the encounters via a chat. I think that'll be interesting to see. I might be able to, because there's like not too much detail that goes into DMing this because it's kind of like random, but we'll see. We will see. But thank you everyone for hanging out and testing this out with us. I had actually a lot of fun with this. This was quite enjoyable. Oh, why? I broke. There we go. I broke it. Welcome back. It is. It is definitely fun. I hope people have had fun with it. Let me know. Give me your Yelp review. I hope to be more present. Nice. Hopefully tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday, right? Yeah, tomorrow's Wednesday. So I'll be streaming during the day tomorrow. It definitely scratched your D&D edge. That is good. That is good. And once I get more things figured out as to like what redeems are going to be and stuff like that, then I'll work out how to kind of like run this fairly often. And especially for playing slower games. Maybe we'll do an entire day where it's just this, and maybe I can add some like oomph to it. Maybe do a day that it's like a party encounter and we have like a longer session. That might not be a bad idea. We will see. But until then, I'm gonna go see who we can raid. Who do we has? Oh, we have a good amount of people online, actually. We'll send it over to Ravy. I was hanging out with them a bit yesterday. Come Thursday, they're going to be doing a like subathon, dono-othon type thing. They have I copy the wrong thing. They have a treat in their Discord that they're going to start, I guess, doing their subathon thong. It's a subathon. Subathon for, and I don't want to ruin anything, spoil anything. So make sure to check out their stream and their Discord. But we're gonna go ahead and head over there and hang out for a little bit, eat dinner, get some food in me, and then tonight we have therapy. So, and I get to talk about how sick I was for the last ever. But thank you very much, very much. Let's do this. And this. And this. I'm putting stuff back to the way it was. Settings, graphics, borderless, apply. There we go. That way when I get into game tomorrow, then I'm not like borking everything. But yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out, and thank you for the love, the support, and playtesting my shenanigans. And then hopefully we can do some more tomorrow. But until then, I know you could be in anywhere else, and I appreciate the fact that you spent your time here with me today. And it's been nice to actually stream again since being sick for so long. So thank you. Thank you very much for being patient with me and allowing me to take the time to recover hassle-free. I agree. I do greatly appreciate it. But we're going to start that raid. I might see about adding more tables at some point. So if people are interested to talk about the adventure stuff, I'm going to start like kind of a post about it in the Discord, and then you can let me know like what you're interested in, or if you want me to like add more tables to it, or like different encounters. If you want options of like roleplay only or combat only, then we can kind of go from there. But thank you very much for pinging that Discord. But yeah, we will catch each other tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone, and I will see you then. Bye.